Okay. Started recording, and this is a fundamentals LawManager training class. We're going to demonstrate both LawManager Pro and LawManager Web, and give some basics about LawManager from a user's perspective. So everything starts obviously with logging in. This is the LawManager Web login. The user is presented either with alias, sort of the connection or the manager database you're going to connect into. Clearly, you could have multiple. As a developer, I have a lot, as you can see. As an end user, I might have like a training database and a production database that I could get into. As a developer, you would have a development environment, a training environment, maybe a QA environment, and a production environment. The developer these aliases or connections in a config file to choose from. The user then simply enters their login ID and password, assuming the LawManager authentication. If they're not using LawManager authentication, they could be entering their network ID and network password, or you could be doing a single sign-on trusted authentication, which would require no login at all. Upon logging in through LawManager Web, the administrator is defining what is your starting, we call them notebooks. So my account is configured to go to the All Matters notebook. These are your notebooks on the bottom left-hand side. These are your favorite notebooks. The list of notebooks are listed under the Notebooks menu. The notebooks you have access to is dependent upon your security rights. I'm an administrator, so I get access to drop-down notebooks where I administrator pick list values, so system administration notebooks where I can create user accounts and things like that. Most end users would just simply have the first few collections of notebooks up here, which are end user notebooks or managing matters or contacts, things like that. If I look at LawManager, I'm going to go back and forth between LawManager Pro and LawManager Web. If I attempt to log into LawManager Pro, presented with a login screen like this, could be a minimalistic one, which looks like this, very similar to the LawManager Web login screen where I'm picking an alias and then my credentials, again using a single sign-on mechanism. I hold the Control key down and double-click on the title here, snap to the more detailed login screen where you can actually create connections to different types of bases. So here, for example, I'm connecting to a server database on a local computer, and I'm choosing the alias or the database that I need to connect to, and these credentials into the database. Again, it could be going in trusted or standard security to the database. Upon logging in, LawManager Pro, default, LawManager Pro will open up with your favorite notebooks. This is going to be the same collection of notebooks as that I see in LawManager Web. Over here, the rest of them in LawManager Web are under the More books. These are all my favorite notebooks, which LawManager Pro shows on my bar with a scroll bar to go through them. So it's the same set of notebooks to access to. Let's see, the same notebooks are under this menu as in LawManager Web, the exact same menu. Again, an end user would only typically have these notebooks up top. An administrator would see the drop-down notebooks, and a developer would see the designer notebooks. LawManager Web. Now, LawManager Pro can be configured to go to a notebook and perform a default query, which is what LawManager Web does. So LawManager Web really doesn't open up with a blank desktop of this, where I would have to click a notebook to launch. LawManager Web always launches a particular notebook and forms a particular search. You can program LawManager Pro to also do that if you wanted to. Users start up LawManager Pro like this, and the user selects the notebook that they want to go into. Again, with LawManager Web, the administrator is choosing which notebook should be opened and what default search is performed for the user. Now, the users in LawManager Web can use the Personalize wizard to change what is their starting notebook and what is the starting search through this op right here. So if instead, again, my administrators defined for my account or group to go to this notebook and perform the matter search, which is finding all matters that are opened that are currently assigned to that user. If I would prefer to have the system start up where I go into my vendor's notebook, perform a search of my attorneys to be my starting notebook. As a user, I can go to Tools, Personalize, and actually say, set this as the startup page when I log in, or I go back to the system default that has been set up for me. So if I current page, finish, and log out, log back in, you'll see that I go to the vendor notebook and I perform the query that I wanted. Type is contract attorney. However, I come back here and say Personalize wizard, go to system default for me, and out, log in. I will back to the system default, and the administrator can set up any number of default starting positions for your users. Now, the initial screen is presented a grid of the what we call the main record of data. So on a matter notebook, I'm seeing the set of data about matters. Now, each grid of data can be displayed in a tabular fashion or detail fashion, where I see one record at a time. Tabular mode is true also for LawManager Pro. So if we go to LawManager Pro and I do the same search, which is find all openers assigned to me, same set of matters on my screen that I can look at. And if I act LawManager Web, you can see the tabular grid in this fashion. Let's just confirm who default query is actually doing this type of search. B star. That's a little different than I had thought that it was. So it's called B matters. All matters that have a B in it. These searches can be programmed to do whatever you like them to do. So see if matters opened this year might be a better set of data. Let's do that. Search over here. Opened this year. So you have the same set of matters in Pro and the same set of matters in Web, in Grid. Now, let's talk a little bit about our grids. These grids are available on every notebook. And we have a lot of basic functionality, very similar to an Excel spreadsheet. I can change the width of columns. I grab a column and change its order. I can sort by any column just by clicking on column heading. Right here. Ascending or sort descending. I can also click the little menu to the right here on the right side and use ascending or descending, but I can also add to sort. So if I first sort adding by department, was that a question? Sort by type here, and I'll secondarily sort by name. I can do it as sort, and that see within the litigation cases here, I'm now sorting by name. So if type, then by name, Bible sorts. I can group by a column to determine my record counts by type. So I can see I have 5 litigation matters, 1 contract matter, and 1 bankruptcy. By clicking in the grid area, I can turn off the grouping. Sort, I can add to sort, or I group. I can also hide a column, hide a column. I believe I right-click here and right-click and choose columns, and then I can bring back a column, I believe. Columns. Also, for 508 compliance, I can change the width of a column or change the order through a entry screen versus dragging and dropping. Make things functional through keyboard entry in addition to drag and drop operations. I think that's one of the 508 compliance issues, that everything has to be keyboard enabled. So the grid is quite powerful tool. In Pro, we have most of the same capabilities. In Pro, I can grab and drop columns. I can double-click to sort by a column, or right-click to add to sort. I can also copy a column just to highlight data, to copy a set of data to grid. But as you can see, we actually have more capabilities in LawManager Web. We have grouping and the ability to type columns in LawManager Web. With, all those capabilities are not there in LawManager Pro. Have the grouping, web, hiding, and then the column order and width is still supported through just drag and drop in web. The book has a main section up top and then a binder of tabs. Now, with LawManager Web, you have the ability to turn off the tabs with the none selection. In Pro, The tabs are sort of always there, and they default to sort of a middle divider. But the set of tabs are available. And if we look back at web and go to the Players tab, and as I focus on different rows in the main section, the binder updates with the data for that tab, similar to LawManager Pro. Move between different records. And, you put your phone on mute there. Appreciate it. So change records in the main section, the binder updates with the relevant data in the tab. So the tabs basically are a one-to-many mechanism where I can check records and multiple records, many records to the one record up in the main section. Okay. The tabs grids function the same way as the main grid. I can rearrange columns. I can sort by any column. I add to sort. Grouping in the tabs, but I can do the sorting, hiding, and column width and column order adjustments in the tabs. Now, one slight difference between Web and Pro is that we have a toolbar here of commands for the tabs grid. In LawManager Pro, the toolbar commands are shared based on what grid you're focused on. So when I'm focused up in the main section, the toolbar commands up top function for that grid. When I'm click into a tabs grid, the toolbar commands work for that grid. Okay. With LawManager Web, what we did was we actually gave a full toolbar there just specific for that grid. We also have a record count in the tab title bar off to the right, with the record count up to the right in the main section for the set of records. LawManager Pro, the record count is in the bottom left down here, and it is activated by the that you're focused on. So I'm on number 3 of 8 in the main section, but when I click on the binder, showing I'm records 2 of 3. So what we did with LawManager Web is we gave 2 separate record counts so users can see the record count within both grids simultaneously. What we added was in Web, we added the actual query that was performed in a textual manner, so that we know what query was performed, the results set that we're viewing, and we can also title up there that corresponds to the query that is performed over here. So these we call quick queries on the left-hand side have specific titles. They don't use the same text. You can have one set of text, the query here that the user collects, and then a broad description, title of that search up here top left. Over to the right, we have a generic syntax to describe the actual query that is performed, regardless of how the query is entered. So type in Acme here. That is a matter name query, but then here is the actual query that is performed by field and then value that is entered in the field. This is not part of LawManager Pro. LawManager Web is definitely developed a little beyond LawManager Pro in a variety of aspects, which I'm trying to identify for you. Now, you clearly can have multiple tabs that show the related data. I have data in each of these tabs. Some tabs may not have data. You can have many tabs as you want on a notebook. The order of the tabs is defined by the developer. The type of the tabs are defined by the developer. And just like I control what notebooks I can have access to, I also control what tabs a user might have access to. So some users may not have access to the same set of tabs that another user may have. So within a tab, I may only have view rights, or I'd have edit rights and delete rights. So I control the access rights within a tab, in addition to the access rights for the main grid up top. Each grid has a table behind it. So we have a matter table behind the main section up top, and the table typically for each tab. We also have tabs that get their data from an external source. So this worksite tab, for example, is actually communicating to the worksite document management system and finding data related to this matter up here and displaying it for us. So it's not coming from a SQL statement, it's coming from a business script that's communicating to another information system and displaying us related data. The results of that data go into our grid, so I get all the same capability with my grid to operate upon the data that was returned. That's this feature. Now, there's a divider that can move up and down to see more or less data between the main section and the binder. That's also supported in LawManager. So I have a divider here which I can move between the two. And LawManager Pro has one additional tab called Explorer, which is supported in LawManager Web, which allows you to sort of have a view-only quick analysis of data that is equivalent. So this is the same set of tabs listed across the bottom, but this is a view-only view. And I have the ability to drill down the Explorer to see related data. So here I've drilled down into a related matter to the one that I am focused in on top up here. I can actually see data about that related matter if there was any data in there about that matter. Let's drill to another matter here. And I see if we have some data. Let's try this one. Yeah, we don't have any data on some of these matters. Explorer is a very nice capability. The Explorer can display fewer columns than the actual tabs. So if I click on players here, you can see I have 4 columns on the tab in the Explorer. The actual play tab, I have many more columns. So as a developer, I can choose which of these columns in a tab shown through the Explorer with sort of a summary view. The equivalent of the Explorer, we use this mechanism in a different way in LawManager Web. So that if I drill down, let me go to there's again, let me say open here. When I go into detail mode, I can go into detail mode on the main section either with hitting the pencil or going to the detail mode icon up here. Pencil. We use the Explorer through what's called the summary view in LawManager Web. And what the summary view does is it first displays the main section fields, and that could be any number of fields up in the main section. It starts displaying all of the data from all of the tabs using that Explorer view or that summary view, which which is a subset of the fields from the tab. Now, this is all read-only, but I mouse wheel to scroll down through all of the data from all of the tabs. Our users had asked for that in LawManager for many, many years, because when they were looking at a record, they want to have to click tab, 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 tab to tab to see a full overview of all the data about the record in the main section. So we came up with a summary view, which when you go to detail in web, you can see immediately just by scrolling down all the data, or a summary view of, in this case, a matter. The equivalent in LawManager Pro is using the Explorer and clicking from tab to see all of the data, quick summary view. The equivalent of drilling down, let's say on is through the hyperlinks that LawManager Web gives you. So LawManager Web gives you hyperlinks, so I can hit here. I hold my Alt key down when I do hyperlink. I actually jump over to a new tab, so I don't lose focus of where I was back here. I've gone to a tab, and I can see the details of that person here in your web. If I do Alt key, then drilling down on the one tab that I have open, and the Alt key can come in very handy to open up another tab. LawManager Pro, what happens when I drill down is that I actually launch a new notebook as a separate window. So here I've launched into the player's detail here in the notebook window, and then close this to go back to where I was. So we support that in LawManager Web through mobile tabs. Okay. Review is defined out of the box to display the first 10 records for the tab, but is configurable by the developer. The summary view could display more than 10 records. You get to choose which columns for the tab are displayed. So as developer, you choose to display all of the tabs. Let's look at the Notes tab here, for example, or let's say the Calendar tab. Where you can see we have lots and lots of columns in the Calendar tab. But in the summary view, to only display the first set of 7 or so columns. Turn off the here and look at the summary view this way. As a developer also, I can place hyperlinks on any field, so that if I wanted to hyperlink from the category here to somewhere, I can make that a hyperlink to some other notebook, just like I have a hyperlink here on a person. So links can be placed anywhere. You just have to configure where you would launch and what would look up for hyperlink. So the preview is a very nice capability. The other thing the developer can do, just so you know, is that you can either have all tabs display in the summary view, or you can choose to only have certain tabs display in the summary view. Now, by default, only tabs that have data display, but if you didn't, for example, want this financial summary to display even if it had data, you can turn off that certain tabs should not show up in the summary view. Here's a very nice feature that LawManager Web has that our users really like. Automatic when I go to detail mode in LawManager Web. In LawManager Pro, when I go to detail in the main section, I'll get the main fields are displayed. And again, I can have any number of main fields here. And then The audit fields, every record in LawManager has these 4 audit fields: date added, added by, date updated, and updated by. Most also have a key column, which is just a internally generated key. And then main notebooks will also have our record level security of who is the owner of this record, what group the record belongs to, and what are the find, update, and delete privileges of the owner, what are the find, update, and delete privileges of everyone belonging to this group, and the find, update, and delete privileges of everyone else. We call those the world permissions. The 3 fields here, owner, group, and permissions, display on all notebooks that are built with level security, which again are most of the main notebooks that an end user would use. We don't typically add group level security to administrative notebooks, just typically end user notebooks, but you can have any notebook have the record level security mechanism built in. By default, these set fields are sort of like administrative fields. They're typically shown very low and out of the way on the section. And then in tabular mode, they're shown off to the right. You can hear off to the right. And again, almost every will have these 4 columns. The group level security is only enabled where you need it. And so some of the tabs may not have group level security. For example, players, we feel like it was important enough in the configuration to have group security for each player record, whereas with calendar records, I believe we do have group level security. So if I scroll over, you can see we have the level security, what's called record level security, in the calendar records. Also probably in the note records we have, but it always will have these 4 audit fields for every table or record, and then these level security fields are configured in for most tables or most records within the system, but not necessarily all. For example, players don't have that, but that could easily be added if the requirements required it. That would basically mean that the client would want to be able to control at a player-by-player level where people had rights to edit or view certain players. One difference in LawManager Pro versus Web is that in the tabular mode, so if I'm in tabular mode on the main section or tabular mode in tab, all far right, we all have and the 4 audit fields and the 3 record level security fields and primary key field in tab mode. What we decided in LawManager Web to do is in tabular mode, hide those fields by default. So to the right, we don't see those fields here. But right click and say, show my audit fields. Now see the 4 audit fields. So right click just on the grid anywhere. I don't want to be up here on column heading. I just want to be in the grid and right click. Also say show security fields. And now we see the 3 record security audit fields. Go and hide audit and security fields. By default, they are hidden in LawManager in our tabular mode. In detail mode, summary view shows after the main section, they're very far down. You have to really scroll down in the main grid. If I'm at tab in web, audit fields show where in LawManager Pro, same position. LawManager Web when you have the summary view enabled. And this summary view that's showing the tab data, the summary view in the main section can be turned off, but on by default. And what we do is we separate what we call the main data entry fields for the main section, which are these fields here that I'm circling. We separate those in top part of the display. We then show the summary view of the tab data, and then at the very bottom we show the audit fields down here, security and audit fields. I'll take a rest since I was speaking here for a while and take a sip of coffee, so just hold on. Any questions, by the way? Feel free to jump in and ask some questions. Okay. So I think we've described the general notebook. Again, the notebook has a main section up top, and there's a bunch of tabs. And tab displays some data related to the main section, and as I focus on different tabs, it immediately updates and refreshes the data from that tab. Now, I don't know if you've noticed this, but our grids are, and again, this is a client browser app. Our grids are very powerful that in tabular mode, if I click, I actually can edit my data on any record in the system, section, and the binder. So it is a very Windows-like experience, similar to Pro. When I go back to Pro and I'm looking at a set of records, I can click and edit anywhere at any time. We really struggled to make that functional in a browser app, but we've been able to achieve it. We use what's called the Dojo grid, which is a very sophisticated grid here. Allows us to do full footing in our tabular grids. And that comes in real handy, especially in the tabs. Users really wanted to be able to, for example, when they're putting in a matter, to be able to say new, put in, let's say, the plaintiff as Smith, Jack Smith, and then new, and be able to put a defendant. Defendant role here, deputy. So the multi-record editing in this tabular view allows a very efficient data entry, very similar to LawManager Pro, and it is very nice for the end user, and they can save their work. Now, I can only be focused on one main record. As soon as I try to focus on another main record, I have to update the data. So if I try to change records up in the main section, I'm going to be warned that I didn't save this data, and I can save it there automatically and then move on to a main record. The other thing about the grids is that there is a right click here that allows me to copy, refresh, or delete a record. So I have a right click here on row indicator to do some operations, just like I have a clicker to see column related options. And I have a right click down here to do operations. We're going to see some interesting operations in find mode, which we're going to get to in a minute. On row. So the row indicator has a right click. Yeah. Now, let's go over next the user queries on the left-hand side. So one thing added to LawManager Web was a collection of, we call them user queries or quick queries. These are either single-click searches, like the need to perform particular like program searches. These are examples of sort of a programmed search. Or I can do a search in a single field to typically enable the core search fields that users search for on a regular basis. You'll put them over here like matter number, matter name. And you can also have drop-down fields searched over here. Or I can have drop-downs that show where I can type ahead, or if the drop-down has a short list, I can show the entries in this file. So either have drop-down user queries, type-in user queries like these, or programmed user queries. Developer gets to control all of these. And as you can see, if I go to another notebook, I have a particular set of queries designed for that notebook. My records, my contacts related to me, the contacts related to my matters, or I search for a contact by name, or I search for all contacts of a certain type. To, let's say, a calendar notebook, we have user queries that make sense for the data that is relevant. Let's say all events in 2014, or all events at a particular location, events assigned to a particular person. Different types of queries can be built in. So each notebook can have their own queries. All notebooks get the query all and the my recent query by default. You can turn off the my recent. We don't have any ability to turn off the query all, but we are looking to add the ability to disable the query all. Some people don't like the query all on notebooks. Default query, notice that as I move from notebook to notebook, it's choosing a default query and it as soon as I click on the notebook. Okay? So as I go to, it's selecting a default query. The administrator is defining the default query for each notebook, and the user can override that. So I wanted map in this here to be the default query whenever I click on this notebook. I basically click query, and again go up to Tools, Personalize, and I can set the default page search for that particular notebook. When I click on that notebook and I go back, instead of doing my matters, it's performing this query now for me. I've basically overridden on a personal basis. The query is performed when I click on the notebook. Again, I can reset it to the system default, which is default for my account, which typically is managed at a group level. Now, if I come back and go to all matters, it's performing the default query here. So the whole user query mechanism, a new feature for LawManager Web. LawManager Pro doesn't really have this capability. We've been thinking of adding it to LawManager Pro, but it is just a LawManager Web feature. What you're going to do when you're doing a notebook, thinking of some good programmed queries. You're putting the most commonly searched fields here, and you might put in some of your drop-down fields that users can search by. A very common question, I'm curious if I didn't get that yet today is I combine these. So is it additive or is each one independent? And basically each one is independently operated. However, when I do a search for, let's say, Acme on this field, I can have some other criteria defaulted. So this in matter name query could, behind the scenes, also be limiting my results to only open matters. But can't have, if I do open year and type correct, it is combining the search of open this year and contract. It is just performing find all contract matters. However, the contract matter search could have other default criteria built into it. Now, the most powerful feature of LawManager that all of our users really comment on is the advanced search, which is activated by this icon here. And what the advanced search does is it puts my notebook in what's called find mode, where I can use the same notebook and the same fields and tabs to fill in some search criteria to form a search. It's called Query by Examples interface. And advanced search always remembers the last search that you performed. So often common that you might want to clear out your pre-search criteria whenever you go into find mode. Okay, let me show you how this works. Let's say I wanted to find all matters that are in the administrative department. Go into find mode, fill in some criteria, and then I hit the search button again to start search. And I go back into search mode, it remembers my last search, so I can maybe add some other criteria here. Let's look for bioterrorism also. Oops, we don't have any bioterrorism data. Let's try adult services. I think I've got some adult services data here. Nope. Let's see what you know what? I'll just do this. Let's see the type of data that we have. So Child Protective Services and search. Form search, do a new search, Child Protective Services. I must have something going on here. Let me coming back out. Administrative Services finds those. Child Protective Services. That's strange. I may something. We'll try it from here. Let's see if it works. Administrative Services finds that set, and Child Protective Services should be a larger set. There it is. Something configured wrong in my LawManager web. But you can simply fill in two search criteria like this and keep adding. So I don't know what other types of data that I have here. Let's try out services, and you can get the criteria of all the data that I put in. Now, if I fill in records going down, it's doing an OR operation. If I fill in going across, it's doing an AND operation. So this is going to now say, find me just these set of matters that are open, which should be a different set, a smaller set of results, versus when this is not filled in. And only fill in one row here, so let's remove these from the query. That means only administrative services that are going to be open. The others two, it could be open or closed. So we show a larger set here where some of these are closed, but not the only the administrative service matters are open, whereas the others can be open or closed. So again, the AND operation is going across this way, and the OR operation is going up and down through the grid. And if you wanted all three of these to be open, you'd have to put in opened on each one. Now, let's also combine in some interesting date searching here. So if I wanted to limit my administrative services cases to just 2008, I can so add in a date search. And now my administrative services are only cases in 2008. Now I didn't put in 2008 on the other rows, but if I did, I would limit all my cases to 2008. That one. Could do perhaps here is do something like 2000-2008 to find a range of dates in cases anywhere from 2000 to 2008. Again, they all have to be opened, and they have to be one of these three types. Do something like greater than 2008, greater than 2004. Also use six like this year. One of the cases is in 2014, yes. So I could use this year, I could use last year, I can use next year, so use month, year, week. The full search criteria or syntax of date searching is documented in our help. It's a common section of the help that I go to. Advanced searching, finding information, advanced searching, and where is it? The query menu, date. So right here is a very common place that I'll go to look at the various syntax that I can use. I can use words like this, combinations of words, searching. I can use different formats. I can use month/year, either word or number. I can use greater than, less than, equal to, and I can use fiscal year, which is very appropriate for government agencies. You're setting your fiscal year month in the configuration. It's usually October. And then your fiscal year searching will be supported and can exclude certain years. The syntax for date searching is quite powerful. And it here under searching capabilities. It asks about that. Again, if I just come here and say this year, open date, I'm finding all matters open this year, other criteria, so they can be opened or closed, and they can be of any department. think I can say fiscal, it's either this fiscal or, yeah, the fiscal year would exclude, if a fiscal year was set, that would exclude, that would probably be from, what would it be, 2013 to, or November 2013 to October 2014. Fiscal year was the typical government fiscal year. This year, which would be different. And I say this quarter, thing in, I could do maybe last quarter. Let's see if we have anything from last quarter. Now, so the searching on any grid is quite powerful. Let's find all, let's say, bankruptcy matters to get a set of data. Now, this is really where most applications fall short, in that they don't allow a user to combine section searching with criteria down in the binder or the tab or the related data. So here what I'm going to do is now limit my search criteria to records that have a particular player involved. I believe I have a lot of data in this set here. I'm going to limit it to cases that I am a player on, and there's only 2. So putting this search criteria has limited my search to just matters that I'm involved in, and as you can see, I'm a player on both of these cases. However, I have a different role in each case. So I wanted to just see where I was a responsible attorney. I put in 2 pieces of search criteria in the binder or the player tab, and 1 piece up here to find my data. Now, if I open this up to, let's say, open matters, then I should have a larger set of data. So this is these are all the open matters where I'm a responsible attorney. Criteria is open up top and responsible attorney, and Pushak as the player. I have set of matters listed there. And if I took off the role, I might have more matters listed here because I may have different roles on some of these cases. I think one of these I did have, I forget which one it was. Might have been one here. Yeah, I was old responsible attorney. Continue adding search criteria, so let's now limit it to data on another tab. So everywhere where a 508 filing was also involved in the case. So if I come here and put in search criteria for a particular event, this means find me all open matters where Nicholas Jack is a player and has a 508 filing on the case. And we're down to this of data that each one of these cases now has proven to have 508 filing. Let's get even more complex and say the 508 filing had to occur in 2004. So I can again keep adding to my search criteria. That's why we remember the previous search criteria when we go into advanced search mode, so that it keeps remembering. I build my search criteria as I go. As you can see, what I did there was I started with all open matters that I'm involved in. That returned a huge set of data and focused on only matters that had a particular event countered or docketed for the case on a particular date. the criteria across tabs are ANDed together, and again, ANDed together up in the main section. Now, an interesting thing that you can do is if you fill in multiple records in the tab, let's say we want to also limit it to 2 different people. By default, when I list 2 pieces of data, 2 different records in a tab, that's an OR operation. What that means is that I want to find all open matters where either of these players are involved, and then I also still have this 508 filing in 2004. So let's just see what that returns. So it's returning a set of data. Let's take to maybe better see this occur, I'm going to take the 508 filing search criteria and just focus on either of these people involved in an open matter. Here we have a bigger data and equalist or is involved, and I'd use a different player here because I think this player is involved in more cases. Let's do this person here. I believe this finds a larger set of data. That was listed up top now. Now, what I can do is, which would different 8 matters versus this, with a much larger set of data. Let's go to that. What I can do is I can change that search criteria to do an AND operation. So let's try an AND operation here where I'm doing both openers and check and Schultzer, but doing an OR operation. So this returns 8 matters, I believe. I change this to an AND operation by doing a right-click here, and AND. It means find me all matters where both of these players are involved in an open matter. And there's one matter that matches that criteria. Okay? So when putting in search criteria in a binder or a tab, you, by default, get an OR operation between the records where both of these players are involved, and get in, cause it to be an AND operation. Do in a binder, say, find me all cases where a particular person is not involved. Up in the main section, if I clear my search criteria, if I said all administrative services matters, I have a pretty large set of data here. Well, not real large, but a reasonably large set of data. But I can also say not equal to that and find all cases that are not administrative. And actually, this brings up an interesting thing. Whenever search goes above a certain threshold, which your administrator is defining, in LawManager Pro, you're going to see this message. I can either abort my search and be put in some additional search criteria to limit my search, or I can say stop finding and show me the first 300 records. So I have the first 300 records, but it's not a complete set. Or I can say new finding, and the administrator's also setting a higher threshold that I'm not allowed to go beyond. I have retrieved all the records up to 10,000, and as you can see on the bottom, it shows 399 records. Alternatively, what I can do is if I'm not really interested in downloading a huge set, I can just ask for the count here very quickly. Now, in LawManager Web, what we did was we did it a little differently. So let's do the same search in LawManager Web. We'll start with administrative services. It had 9 or so. How many did it have? It had 6. To do the not operation here, it's not going to give me the dialog. It's just going to tell me, it's going to show me the first X records, which is defined by the administrator. And it's going to show me the total count. So I will know how many records are within the result set, but the administrator is defining how many I'm allowed to download into my web page. Okay? So with the dialog, I just get the count and the X number of records. The report wizard, which we're going to see in a minute, can report out PDF or through the report wizard all 399, again, up to some other limit that the administrator is defining how many records I can report out through a report. But as an administrator, I'm controlling how many records they can bring onto their browser for editing purposes. From the same searches in the so again, if I was doing in web, if I clear my search criteria and say open matters with a particular player, Pushak. Let's see how many open matters I had. Those same 8 open matters, and again, I can put in multiple people here. Sheltzer doing war operation between records, finding a different set of data, either involved, or I can make that an AND operation here, that both players are involved. Now it's just that one player is involved. So bottom line is that in the advanced search, the user can pose very complex questions very easily. Most applications fall short in searching capability. Another useful search that you might find interesting is that some users want to find all matters where something doesn't exist. So again, let's limit our world to maybe just open matters. And everywhere a filing on the case. So I can right-click here and see does not match this criteria. So this is a common search that is needed when users do work matter management systems. A lot of times they need to go through a certain set of data, let's say all the matters they're assigned to, that it might be opened, see if they're missing a certain piece of information. I have to go through my cases, and I've been tasked with finding all the cases that don't have this data filled in yet, and I go and find that set of data and fill it in. So I can find all my cases where this 508 filing was not entered, and go in and go from one case to the next and docket a 508 filing, because that's an important thing that has to be on, a certain set of cases, or it's actually maybe say all the administrative service cases need that. So I could say administrative services that are open that do not have this type of event filled in, data. Each one of these does not have a 508 filing. Handy search. That is a surprisingly difficult search to perform on almost any information system I've ever worked with. It's saying this data does not exist in the tab. Tabs have a many-to-one relationship. Another common thing that you might need to be able to do is find all open matters where there's no data in a particular tab. Let's say there's no notes filled in on a tab. I can say contains no records. So he's saying find me all open matters where the data in this tab. And I've got a result set. Each one of these records has no data in the tab. And we can prove that. Look up somebody webcam. So we have 332 records, matters that don't have any notes in them. If we limit this search criteria here and look for all open matters, we'll probably more than 332 open in the system. Yeah, 355. Okay. Now to do the other search, we find me all open matters that have something in the Notes tab, is that you simply just go to one of the main fields on the tab and say, have any value. So a field can have any value in it, which means there must be some data in this tab. It probably has to be a required field on the tab. Is that opposite set of cases, all of these open cases have data in the Notes tab. It's safer to do that search instead of on a field here. Let's engage the fields and maybe say have any value on date added, because that is every record has to have a date added in it, and that will ensure that all of records returned, because I don't know whether note date is a required field, might be. If you know a field is required, then you just say has any value on that field. That up in the main section, but let's show that also. Let's say subtype. I can say has no value. Show me all the cases where subtype is not filled in. I probably have a fair amount of cases with no subtype. Do the opposite and say show me everywhere subtype has any value. That's where type is. That's sort of the null or not null search. Any questions on searching? You want to sleep?
Yeah, we're just on mute.
And that's fine. But make sure you're all there, and I wasn't like sometimes these WebExes like disconnect, and I've talked on a few, and no one was there. So to hear someone's voice, just to know that someone's there.
Is it a good time to take a break right now and then regroup?
Yeah, and we take, let's see what is our schedule. I think schedule had particular breaks, so let's see. 11:30, so we're real close to our first break. I think that's it. Let me check. Is there any questions on searching? I want to sort of finish out the advanced searching. Any particular searches you know that you might want to be able to perform, or that had trouble performing on other information systems?
I can think of two situations where it may become obvious once we get the fields in there. One of them is if any fields that have multiple choice values associated with them. I don't know if that's possible. Where select two.
Yeah, the way we do we don't have a multi-selection field in a single drop-down field. For example, in the main section, like litigation type or type. What we do when we want to have a multi-select field is that we use a tab. The classic example is legal issue. Let's find all matters first that have a legal issue. I'm going to do search, has any value, and we'll set of matters that, so all of the matters have a legal issue, one or multiple. Okay? A common request is I then want to be able to find matters with either of these issues or they have both of these issues. Okay?
Right.
Here we're going. So it's going to be hospitals, private, and lawsuit. So come here and say, let me just clear my search criteria. Private. And so if I go for lawsuit, but also add another here. Right? Some will have one or both, right? So I've got hospitals on that one, loss on that one, and I got both on this one. So default, when I fill in two fields, it's doing an or to an and now I'm able to only find cases where both are filled in. Okay? Do both. What is the question?
Yeah, that answers that one. Thank you. And the other one is when the fiscal year is different than the calendar year, is a separate field for the fiscal year that you search on then, or?
Well, yes, I say this year, it's going to all cases with an open date within this calendar year. But if this fiscal, right, that's finding all open date within the fiscal year where the fiscal year is defined, the cutoff date is defined. If fiscal year is your calendar year, those two searches are identical. However, if your fiscal year starts, is it November 1 or October 1, the typical federal fiscal year?
10. Yeah, October.
Yeah, 10/1. So if we configured LawManager, and I'll show you where you configure that in here, you configure the year. It's set to 1/1, but I could set that to 10 here, which would the fiscal year search back here to be a different date range than count this year, this calendar year. Sense?
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Yep. So just having a date field with a actual date, open date, but you have the ability to search both calendar year and fiscal year with a particular fiscal year start. Last thing before we break is that some tabs, this worksite tab, be getting their data from external source. There's two strategies when you talk about integrating data. Typically, the integrated data is on a tab. You can either have the data be actual SQL database that might either replicated or through a view through the Oracle or SQL Server. Or you may have you can do all of the searching criteria because it is a SQL table. So all of the LawManager searching would work with that data, even if it wasn't part of the LawManager database. Either again, replicated into our database in a table, or just a view created accessing that external data. The other approach is that that tab is getting its data from a programmed program logic, find data. You also allow searching on that tab, but when you have a programmed tab, getting data through a program, you have to actually code searching. It is still possible to allow someone to pose a question, for example, where so-and-so is the author in a document, and that search here would be performed on the DMS to find all the documents authored by that person, and the LawManager architecture will take that result set and join it in with the matters. So this search would find all matters opened in this fiscal year with a document authored by Jeff, where search in the tab would be performed by the MS. The result set would bring together only the matters that were opened in this fiscal year. So searching can continue to occur and for the interfaced data. It's a little trickier to set up, but it's possible. Okay, we will take a break here. Let's join back at, what did we say, 2:45? Is that okay with everybody? Running.
Good.
Okay, we're recording again. If you could put your phone on mute if you're not talking, I appreciate it. So, as a summary, we talked about logging in, we talked about the notebook, the quick queries on the left, and advanced searching so far. One last search method is the advanced searching up in the top right-hand side, and global searching. So the global searching allows us to search across notebooks. So far, all of our searching, the user searching here and the advanced searching, was really focused on one notebook. With the global searching, I can search across my notebooks, find data on various notebooks. Each field that is configured for global search, the developer is figuring which fields are searched when I do a global search. Each field is displayed if there are any results, telling me which notebook and what field on that notebook the results were found in. It'll list each record up to, I think, the first 10 records in the result set, and it's highlight the search text in the field where a hit was found. So here we see 3 matter records, Acme in the matter name field. We see 1 calendar record from the calendar notebook in the description field. The entity name field was searched on the entity notebook, matter notes field, and the document title field. Within these result sets, I can either click the top selection here, which would display that set of results, or I can click a particular record to focus in on the one record. So if I first click entity here, I find that set of records. I come back to a search. I click just one of the records and go into that one single record, the result set. So I can do, let's say, Miller, find maybe another set of search results, go into the set of data, or I can go to one record. Now, most searches are, the global search is set up as a wildcard search. So it's looking for Miller anywhere within the name. Search here can be set up as a wildcard search anywhere in the name. But the advanced search, just so you're aware, if I come into advanced searching and search for Acme, that by default means begins with. In the advanced search mode, I must use a % symbol to contains. Okay? Where the quick query search and the global search are typically configured to wildcard searches. Now, I can make these searches begin with searches, but most people like the global search and the quick query search here to be a contained search by default. In the mode, you get to choose whether it begins with or contains. There's always an implied wildcard after my search criteria in all research methods. So you never have to put a percent or wildcard search criteria. And we use the percent instead of the asterisk. Some systems use asterisk. We use the percent symbol for wildcarding. Now, LawManager also has one other search capability, which is, I think, a Soundex search. Let me just see if that is working here. Soundex, yes. So Soundex is performed with a tilde character. And basically what Soundex does is it eliminates vowels. So if I change my vowels to different vowels, I'll notice that it should, the first letter, it has to match the first letter. So the sound, this is it's using the database SQL Server or Oracle SoundX function. Basically, the way SoundX works is that your search has to start with the same letter, or the results have to start with the same letter, A, but you could purposely mix vowels, and letters fall into certain, I think there's 9 different categories that each letter falls to. So let me see if I can show maybe a better example of that. Let's try to find some names here. So, Esam right here. Uncle. Drawn. So, you might purposely misspell Esam. Got to get the E right. I have an extra E on it. I believe that should find, maybe I have to have at least the same number of letters. His name, E-S-T-R-O-M, right? O-T, sorry. So tilde, E-N, Strum. Correctly first. Now let's add an extra vowel in there. I think that should work. Or let's mess up a vowel and say that is U. If I all able to see this?
Yeah.
And I believe N and M fall into the same bucket in a sense. So that's also going to work. I don't know if you've ever learned how Syndex works, but it's a common mechanism that a lot of databases have. Again, your first letter has to be correct. You can't mess up your first letter. Then what it does is it basically eliminates all vowels. So I think I can actually get all the vowels out of there. So all vowels are eliminated as search criteria except the first letter. The first letter always has to be correct. And then every other letter is like this first letter can be M, and I don't know what other letters fit into the NM criteria, but they all are one set of letters, so it can be any one of those letters. Then the next letter falls into another bucket of things that sound like S. Like I bet you S and C maybe might be in the same bucket. So if I mess this bucket up and I say M here, that's probably going to be the first time it's not going to match. Yeah. But as long as I get similar sounding letters together and all are eliminated, sex works. So it's not a perfect science, but it is a really decent search capabilities. You have to engage it with the print. If I don't put that there, clearly this is not going to find the right, and I do have to match exactly the N here, at least that part of it. If I don't have the sound X there, as soon as I get one letter wrong, I'm not going to find my results. Whereas if I get one letter wrong with a index, I will be able to find it. So index searching, that's only available in advanced search. You know what? I don't actually know if it works from here. Let me try this. Oh, so it works through there. I wonder if it works through here. purposely misspelling it. Oh, good. So Soundex will work in global and in the queries using the operator. That's all ported in Pro. Should be able to do the same searches in Pro. I think we were working with Entity Notebook. So tilde and strum. Find it. No slight difference, and again, I apologize, I don't know this. So I believe we added Soundex in the drop downs here. I am looking for a particular person in a drop down. I engage Soundex right here and person. Again, a very common issue with matter management systems is the act of recording the people involved in the case. I might type in Miller, but I type in Schwartz and not Schwartz, and then either want to add Schwartz to the system. I'll have to launch out to another notebook to add the D. Okay. Or I type in Schwartz. I might be able to find somebody that sounds like that because I misspelled it. So try and strum. I might want to edit it, or I can say, it sounds like that. I can do all in the drop down. I probably can also do it as I'm typing in the criteria here with a tilde on drum. Find it right there in the drop down. Now I believe I don't know whether I got here. In the down. Okay, so it does work. Cool. I think the only difference is if I typed in on strum it, it will not find it. Let me just back off. And I don't get the Soundex capability right in the drop down. I have to do the tilde to get the Soundex. So just a slight difference. I'm trying to identify all differences between Pro and Web there. So there's slight differences in drop down. You do get a Soundex choice. So this choice is not available in Web. You have to tilde small. Okay, we have quick searching on the left. Quick queries are not available in LawManager Pro yet, but we do have global searching in Pro and Web. I didn't show you that yet. So if I go to Pro, I can do the same global search here across my notebooks in LawManager Pro, and results show up in a separate window in Pro. And we'll click to go into the one record, or I can double click to go in set of records from Pro. So Pro gives you a slightly different user experience in that your results are shown, your global search results are shown in a separate window, and if I then do another global search, I get yet another search result window that is displayed in addition to the first result window. There is web, slightly that if I do two different global searches, they're really occurring in separate windows. Now I believe I can, if my alt down, I wonder how to do this, alt enter. but in an search, if I let's get back to here. I've got to minimize it and maximize it. What just happened to my browser? I think the Alt might have opened up a separate window this way. Which I can move around. Alt has some other operation that occurs sometimes in the browser. And he just freaked out on me here a little bit. E. What are you doing? Let me try something else. See to come back.
Start them off.
So to just review these again, so you're really crystal clear.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be the limit in a pro search. That so if I do a pro search, the governor will kick in at that 300 threshold. So user doesn't accidentally search for too many records, because when I don't put in any search criteria, I'm asking it to find all. Now, if all I'm interested in is the count, I can just hit this button and get the count, and then see an abort, and I've actually downloaded any records to my app. If I want to see the first 300, I can stop at the 300 and actually get the 300 here to edit. Or I can go to the second threshold, which is set by this value here, X records limit in Pro, and actually get that first 10,000. Now, this is just letting me know there's more than 10,000 in my result set, but the first 10,000 in the grid. The wizard in Pro works of whatever data is in the notebook. Not really the Pro's report wizard limit, it's really the notebook's limit, and then in Pro, whatever data is in the notebook is displayed through the wizard. Now, Web works a little differently. The first one here, Web Max Records, controls how records are retrieved whenever I do a search. And we do that because we want every click in Web to be somewhat responsive. And so you typically want to set this number on the lower side. Because set this to 500 or 300, and a user happens to go to a notebook and to query all, they could be waiting there. We want everything to almost respond within a second or two. So we typically like the WebMax records limit to be set to 100, 200, maybe 300. Okay, and then this one records limit is setting for the report wizard that I try to either export my data to Excel, or I'm going up against my second threshold. I go to run a report wizard. Second threshold that's the max records limit here. Okay, clear?
I think so. I just want to make sure everyone on my team understand that part. Just on a side note, Nick, your voice starting to break in the phone line, so I wonder if it's was me or I think one other person was having a problem here.
All right, can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, it's better. Thank you. That was very, very good. Thank you very much.
Okay, so those are the record. I don't know how we got into that, but it's just the record limits. Oh, within the report wizard, one of the pages, the second page, talks about how many records are displayed. Okay, and you page break between records. And that limit also is in the tabs, so the tabs are going to be limited to that 100 records. Although most tabs don't have a lot of data, typically the issue is in the main section. Again, just to remember, if you do need to access more records, in this case, I need to edit one records within the. I'm only able to edit the first 100 records of the full 5 records in my search results. I can either do a more focused search on the actual data that I need to edit. So, I did a query all, but really what I'm looking for are matters 2008. So I really find the set of data that I need to. Now I can edit any one of those records. So the query all maybe just to find out how many records are in the system, but you don't do a query all and then scroll to try to find the record you need to edit just because there's 10,000, 50,000, 100,000 matters in the system. You're typically going to want to do a search to get close to the set data that you want to edit. And another way, just in case, let's say I do have a relatively large set of data. If I did need to edit one of the records of 258, but I'm only allowed to edit 100 at a time, the way to quickly get around that is to simply just do a group by one of the things on the screen, and I can get at any one of the records in the system by hitting the plus sign to navigate in that subset of records. You can actually edit any record in the system. It's just you have to navigate around to get at it. Okay. I think it's lunchtime. When we break for lunch, let me see what we planned for lunch on our schedule. Let's reconvene at 1 o'clock. Is that okay for everybody? 10 minutes over.
Have you covered LawManager applications? I think we went into part 3 and 4, right? Just look at our agenda.
I was really focused on the general application. I think we really probably need to come back to part 2. So I sort of went part 1 and part 3, a little bit of part 4.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's all right. So we'll be back at 1 then. Thank you.
Okay. Great one. Thanks so much. And, I think one last thing. We need to go through the menus. So let's see. We went through the toolbar items, and let's just take a peek at the menus. A lot of these menu items are going to be repetitive to the toolbar items, but a few other things. New, query all, advanced search, recent queries. LawManager Web does keep track of your 10 last searches or your 10 last matching points. Sometimes be handy to track. You can also launch into Pro for the record that you're focused on. So you can launch Pro, and it will take you into Pro for the record that you're on within LawManager Web. Notebooks menu, again, lets you access all of your notebooks. The next section we're going to talk about is we're going to look at the base notebooks in the system. But this is to navigate to various notebooks. The notebooks are organized into what we call managers. So these are all managers, which are just really things that are a collection of notebooks. Review launches the report wizard, launch business objects or another URL. And I didn't show you this, but within the report wizard, when we're looking at building a report, save the report either private, public for all people, or people that belong to my secure group. So with report, just for my access, public would allow everyone to access the report, and group would allow everybody in my practice group to access the report. The saved reports are available under the reports menu. Here are all my private reports, groups reports, or my public reports. And one thing to talk about, but the report wizard has certain limitations. You can only build certain kinds of reports. But the report designer, which is an open source report toolkit, customize reports to include graphs and really get control of the layout of the report. So you do have the ability to build more elaborate custom reports with the report designer. I don't know whether I have one of those set up in this configuration. Let me log out and go to another that I have. I think it has one of these reports, graphical reports set up. I have one set up in here. Reports. It's not in that configuration. What it was. Where is it? Boop, boop, boop. Let's try again. Yeah, I think this one. You have, I don't know why it's not working. I'll see if I can try to find it. But your SID reports can be here. Administrator is managing all of the saved reports. So you're, as an administrator, you into the saved reports and manage all the reports to whether they're public, visible for certain users or certain group users. So one of these reports, the user, so this report, for example, is private to this user, is private to that user, so the administrator can go here and alter it, the end user can't. And then the what's called JSON reports are the just generic wizard reports, saved reports. The bird reports are the reports that are turned into more complex reports. And then also have a report launch a URL. So you have any system that has a report engine that can launch a report from a URL, you can stop the URL to launch that report. all of these reports could be made available on a reports notebook. The user can locate a particular report and here. Let me try entity reports notebook. Example of a matters report. There we go. So that's the menu. Tools menu allows me to do the Excel, Word, or PDF export. Those are toolbar items. Manage my account allows me to change my password or assign my password using LawManager authentication. And then the personalization wizard we saw already. It allows me to set starting login notebook and query, and the query should be run for each notebook. So I couldn't use an advanced search. So if I wanted my investigations notebook to automatically do some type of odors year, or just open matters. If I wanted all open matters, which is an advanced search, custom search, and let's say in daycare, so if this custom search, I then go to tools, personalize, and set that as the default search for my investigations notebook. I can even make it my default upon login. So the personalization wizard, help is just the online help. We have the 508 compliance information here also. Oops, that was the shortcut keys. So every aspect of LawManager is keyboard enabled, which is a part of 508 compliancy that the application has keyboard equivalents for operation in the system. They're there. And then general help about tells us the version that we're running. There's for debugging when a client has a problem, there's a more detailed set of text that we like to get to us. It tells us a little bit more about what's going on that instance under the about log out page. So those are menu options for web. Pro has a few different menu options. We have I save reports to files, and then I can run reports from the file system. So because saving files to the database, saving reports to the database, I can also save reports to a file and run them. Allows me to make connections to different databases so that while one configuration, I can connect to another if I'm running a developer build and connect to another LawManager alias, something for debugging. Print is the report wizard. You also save queries. So in LawManager Web, you can really only save reports, and the query is part of the report. With Pro, you can save the query, and then when you rerun a query, it doesn't run a report, it just opens the notebook, that results set. LawManager Pro also has an import wizard. So if I'm on a matter notebook, I can actually use our import wizard to take a file and populate a grid. We use this, for example, with the leads notebook. So if this electronic billing notebook, go to a leads notebook and then the import wizard, I select a leads file. I think I have a leads file in here somewhere, which is a limited file. Here's one. And first does not match. Check first row. File doesn't match. Oops, sorry. Again, I got to find a generic leads file. Hopefully this one is good. Okay, there. So it's a pipe limited file. It will populate the data into one of its, and can import the data. And data just went into this notebook in this tab. So it imported all of this pipe delimited file in this grid through our import wizard. The file simply has to be, if I can show you the file, so lead file, this is an electronic billing file that law firms use to send to corporations. I think it was, what was it, leads, I think this is. So you have your, you can have a little header text, and then you have a set of column names. These column names will match either the caption names of the grid or the actual field names in the database. And have your data, it's all delimited. File can be imported into any of our grids. We don't have that, but Pro does have this little import wizard, which has some pretty cute little capabilities. You can set the field delimiter, record delimiter, and the first line should have this. That's part of lead specification. These are all the standard edit commands for which most of those commands are right here: next record, previous record, clear, delete, clearing criteria, refresh row, refreshing binder. You tell the tab to refresh, or you can point at a row and tell it to refresh the one row. Same notebook menu, Web and Pro. Now you make some notebooks appear only in Pro or only in Web, but all notebooks will appear under and be available unless you specifically say that they should not be available. You control this menu, so these managers can be called at a group level access, and then the notebooks within Manager can also be controlled who has access to them. Ports notebook is similar. The Tools notebook has a few extra things, and these are all typically business scripts. So you can add functions in a sense that that can operate. Say I want to run a business script that's going to update all of our next numbers, which is where we hold all of the primary key numbers, or do our quarter import, or run some business logic. So put menu items here in Pro that run a business script, a VB script. So I have this fill down and up, which is a cute little feature. If I'm sitting on a set of data, line some data here. And if I wanted to copy this data, I can say fill these 3 columns down to this new row, and it will leave the data down if it's allowed. So I've got a required field problem here, so that's why that happened. But let me show you another way to demonstrate that. Let's try it here. Sometimes you want to change a value. So let's say we wanted to set all these people to 100. It's not a good example. What's a good example? I want to copy down, so okay, title might be a good example. So let's all these should all be clerks. I can hop down like an Excel spreadsheet and say fill down, and it'll copy that data down. Highlighting, you can fill up or down depending on how you drag. So if I drag up, then this down fills up because I dragged up. Now these are part of the toolkit. So I'm logged in with rights. So the log options are meant for the designer toolkit, so I'm not going to go into them. That'll be talked about in our other classes. Menu lets me access all the notebooks currently open on my system. And I can also cascade them or do the standard Windows functions to the collection of notebooks that I have open. And one little trick is you can actually close the binder with clean the binder out, tabs, and if you ever get into that state, the Windows, oops, I didn't want to do that. Let's cascade. The binder tabs back, you have to go to Windows binder, and that gives you your binder back. Another interesting thing that you can do is, let's find someone with an address. I guess you should have some good data in here. You actually in Web, in Pro, add multiple binders. So actually have address and phone number tabs open, and navigate around. It will refresh multiple binders. Then I divider to change the size of each binder. I even grab a binder and rearrange it. So I think I can grab this. Used to be able to. Allowed that. Used to be arrange the binders. Now there you go. So the binder and them in order. You can open as many binders as you want. Each binder will refresh and display the data in that tab. The new binder option under Windows. Help has the standard help system, and we have a tip of the day, except for Pro, which you can populate if you wanted to add some custom tips. Through the Designer Toolkit, when I'm looking at a notebook, you can in Pro ask for online help about a particular notebook, and this is going to show you the developer information about that notebook. Or on a tab, I can ask for the developer information about that tab. This is not available in the web yet. Or if I'm on a field, I can get the details of a particular field. Right here, and then the help about, the Pro version, and get some more detailed support info when I'm doing a support call about the specific the environment that Pro is running in. So the main menu of Pro is that, and the main menu of the web is here. Okay, so I think we've touched upon the general platform in detail. And now I'd like to show you one last thing. Pro, the sidebar. You'll notice when I open up a notebook, it will checkbox. So that means that that notebook is already open. So if I single click on a notebook with a green checkbox, it takes me to that instance of the notebook. Now, if I double click on a notebook, I can get a second instance of the Matter notebook, or I double click again, I can get a third instance. And now I actually have 3 Matter notebooks open, where I use separate searches, each one looking at various data. Right click on these notebooks to see how many notebooks I have open, or I can open a new one or close the one that I'm focused on. When there is no green box, click once, basically get that notebook opened. Okay. And the app notebooks lets me see a set of the notebooks in fashion that I open on my desktop, which is the thing as this list here. These are just the most popular notebooks from all the notebooks in the system. The developer gets to choose what are the favorite notebooks to show up on the sidebar. Notebook also has a large icon and a small icon. So the large icon is shown on the sidebar, and the small icon is shown on the left side of the actual notebook and also in the notebook's menu. In web, the icons are showed on the favorites here, and then you've clicked on notebook, the large icon is shown at the top of the notebook you're focused in. Don't know. Oh yeah, we also show the small icons here like we do in Pro. You can load some icons. Some of our clients get to building custom icons and adding them in the system. They're arranged in the icon designer, which is here. So load all the icons that I want. So the entity icon, where's the icons are all stored in here. Entity icon, that little person icon, and then it points to the large version of it, which is here. So that's the large icon. The small icon is referenced here, and it points to the large one, which is down here. Okay. So I believe that is it. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to go through the big applications that come out of the box with LawManager. We're logged in here under the base app configuration. You can take a look at it. Let me just so the first is our contact management system, and the entity notebook is the core of the contact management system. So if we look up entity, let's look for a better one. I'm going to myself. Oops. So I have a type, user-defined types, and types. Your first pick a list that you want to administer and define what would be appropriate entity types. It can either be a person or a company, and the type can default the person or company, or the user could be asked to select it. Active, inactive, people, you're going to put in the prefix, name, middle name, last name, and watch when I edit name, it automatically builds the name last comma first space middle initial. A suffix, and any pieces of the name can be used in the expression of the name, and your voice of how that is created is controlled through notebooks. Let me just go in there real quick. Entity types, a different notebook. So this is where you're going to define the entity types, and then you're going to choose whether it's a person or a company. Notebook it should go in. We have a staff vendor, base entity notebook, and then the name format. We have a variety of different name formats that you can choose from. The name gets constructed. Then people can be related to a company or organization, and that's a selection from the drop-down. The drop-down is to another entity, so you're basically connecting two entities by doing this. This is, in a sense, the parent entity of this person. And entity can have offices, so if the entity has multiple offices, you could select which office the person works for. Title is a non-validated drop-down, so many of the drop-downs are validated, meaning you must pick from the list and just in whatever you want, whereas title is a non-validated drop-down, which means I get a list to choose from, but I also can just put in whatever I want free-form or I can list. And these are really additional fields that you may eliminate or have add, and most clients do start adding a collection of additional contact fields here. You can have your generic contact fields like these filled by type. So come back to that type where we're defining our entity types. We can specify which fields, which optional fields show up for type, whether those fields should be visible or not. So for example, council, only the tax ID is going to show up. The not. So then really control which fields by type in the entity types drop down. So I got to that notebook, by the way, under here, under entity types, the first drop down for these. A little admin training here too. The base tabs that we have an address tab in the system. We have a phone tab, address tab. When I'm entering a new address, one thing we support is we have the United States zip code table in the system. So can one of you tell me your zip code there? Time, sorry.
22.
182.
No, 2. 182.
Hopefully you're in Vienna, Virginia, Fairfax County.
All right.
So I have zip code table. It's not the most date zip code table, but the base zip codes really don't change too much. We have a code table that's filled with a reasonable 53,000 zip codes in there. The client may want to or have up-to-date zip code data, which you can load into that table. And the table basically maps zip codes to cities, states, counties, and of course, all the countries. Pretty handy. And not engaged, but we have buttons that allow you to launch to Google Maps or various mapping sites for that address. I think I have that set up in my configurations. Let me wonder if I have it up under Pro. Let me come over here. Boop-doo. Identification of locations is important. You can enable, let's find somebody with an address. Has value. I can give an address. Let me try to get one that's a little better here. Can say, oops, MapQuest or Maps. That's funny. MapQuest found it, but Google didn't. That's the location. It may be a boat road. Hold on. So that road doesn't exist, I think. I think on Shahak. Moving on. This is pretty straightforward. Current as of, one of the big issues with matter management is that the entities, addresses, and phone numbers may not be up to date. So we have this concept of current as of and not as of to sort of give some dated information about the phone numbers and addresses. Try to have a little note fields on a lot of our tabs just to be able to put in some additional notes. Email addresses for a person. Explorer allows you to have a set of websites or a contact, maybe a law firm's website. Involved matters is where we start getting connected back into matter management. So this is showing me data that is probably entered as entering matters, and I'm associating people to a matter. This is showing me the data from another view. So from the Players tab is where I assign people to a matter. This is showing me all the matters that person's involved in. Default, I show the role and the matter type, status, and flag. These are read-only pieces of information about that matter. Display any number of pieces of information about the matter here just by adding additional fields from the matter screen, which actually brings up the interesting question that people ask when searching. Search across notebooks. Well, you can by just building the tabs with the appropriate fields. So, for example, here, I find I could search for all these that are involved in litigation matters, and then searching the matter notebook and entity notebook simultaneously. So when you talk about either searching for data across notebooks or reporting upon data across notebooks, that is all possible with LawManager. It's just that you have to build the tabs with the related information in them. Again, it's really matter data that is being displayed in the involved matters tab, but I'm really on the entity notebook at a set of results, so that if I wanted to include in a contact list matters and the matter types and the matter status data, I am able to, in a sense, report across these two just because I've designed the tab with data from the other notebooks. The calendar tab shows all the calendar entries that that person's associated to. Let me go back to my record. This is all of the calendar entries or the docket entries associated to the person. For some notes, we typically have a notes tab on almost every notebook, allowing you to put in notes for the record in the main section, in this case, a contact record. And you typically have notes, and you have a pop-up notepad for putting in notes with record. Notes are typically virtually unlimited. They're using the text data type in SQL Server, which are accessible. Nice. Relate entities allows me to have a direct interconnection between two entities. So I can relate any entity to any other entity with type. And when I create that relationship, use a database trigger to build an inverse relationship. So that drill down into James Miller here, we will see James Miller shows in related entities tab the relation record, separate record, and it's automatically. So whenever you relate two entities, it builds an inverse relationship. So if you happen to be looking at the other person you're relating to, it show you the relationship back. That's true also with when I'm relating matters. So when I relate two matters, I relate one matter to the other matter, it builds an inverse relationship so that if I happen to look at the other matter, I will see that the matters are related also. Things are mostly for outside law firms. What rates are they being used for? It's not done too much government agencies. Web links is a tool that allows you to develop URL search. So you can pieces of information in the main record, composition of a URL search. So I think this one will attempt to look up that person, James Miller, in Google. Google search of the person. Okay. Yahoo News does a Yahoo News search for James Miller. So you can do what we call web links that are going and basically constructing specific searches. Basically, you're able to construct the URL in values for the main grid. Okay, and those are figured under web links. Let's see if I can find that. Entity maybe. under here. Where are, there we are. This is how you develop different web links and fixed parameters, dynamic search, logic, and base URL. Many of our notebooks also have what we call an additional info tab. And what this allows you to do is just give the user a set of database fields can fill in and then put in a value. So I think we have some defaulted in the Matter notebook. Let me go to the Matter notebook. Disho. No. But basically, they're all string fields, but what it allows the user to do is, or the administrator, to basically just create some additional Matter, additional info types. Oops, sorry. Matter, additional info types. Say, let's have a it's a good example, but court name, court ID number. I needed that as a field. Yeah. So now that if I go to Matters, I can set as a sphere. Must have gone put it in the wrong place. I was there. How you can add values here, and then you just can pick those fields and put in the data. It allows your client to just add a whole collection of fields that, instead of when you add a field to the main screen, you're actually having to do a database change, whereas this doesn't require any database change. So additional info tab is sort of a ability to have a lot of extra fields. They're searchable too, which is Names tab allows entities to have additional aliases. Government prosecutorial type work, a lot of times contacts might have various aliases, so that's what this tab is for. This is going to show all the time entered by a particular person. Let me come back to my record. Time entries. All my time tree. Is that going to be doing LawManager to keep track of time? Do we know?
They're going to keep track of hours, but not cost.
Nice.
Yeah. They don't. They don't do cost, rate, and amount.
Right. Right. Of course.
Yeah.
And related players is a real interesting tab. It's the lab on the base entity notebook. What it does is it sees all the related entities, not because they're connected. The related entities tab is a hard connection between two contact records. The related players tab is all the contact records or entity records related to this contact up top become involved in matters together. So it is a very useful conflict search mechanism because it automatically shows me that these two people are related somehow, and they're related because this person is a defendant on a case that I'm also involved in. And that works automatically on every contact record I look up. So, hence, the contact records or entity records are automatically interrelated because most contact records are involved in matters. Actually, how this query runs, what this is doing is finding all contacts that I'm involved in matters together with by simply doing this search, which is putting my name in here in this related players tab, and it's finding up top of the contacts that I'm related to. So in a lot of contact systems, I have to say this is a favorite, this is a favorite, this is a favorite, this is a favorite in a sense. Here, it's sort of automatic because it's actually going to find all of the people I'm connected to, which is handy because you could have a million contact records in some of our systems, but each attorney or staff person at the agency is really only related to, in some way, a small fraction of those contact records. That is the base entity notebook. The typical customization that is occurring there is just a few additional fields in the main section. We added image control support, so you now can have an image of a person on the contact record in Web. We had that support in Pro. We just added that image control support in Web. Now, the notebook has a version of the entity notebook, two versions, a vendors and a staff notebook. Let's look at the staff notebook first. So this is an inherited copy of the base entity notebook, right? And you have all the same functionality as the base entity notebook, but it has a bunch of calculated fields showing metrics about the staff member. How many open matters they have, how year to date they've closed, what's the length of their matters from open date to close date in of where those open cases lie as far as how long they've been open, and then the number of matters. So this is an example of a notebook with a calculated fields. It is a pretty good thing that people like us to do, and you may be able to do that because by putting calculated fields into some notebooks or inherited versions of the notebooks, you've empowered users to build some nice reports. So, for example, I can, from here, quickly create a report that I'm going to list the name and the total number of matters sorted by matter number or number of matters, and I quickly produce a nice little report with that data intact through the book. So once you create the calculated field on the notebook, you can use those calculated fields in the notebooks. You're doing sorting, by the way. That's what I messed up. You want to do your sorting here prior to going into the report wizard. So sort to see who has the most total number of matters. I sort first, and then I can run my report, and the data will come out that way. And then we relabeled the Involved Matters tab. We just called it Assigned Matters to potentially look a little better. Again, this is how I could build a neat little report listing people with their involved matters. So if I wanted to get a quick report, see what matters people are assigned to, crafting the notebook with the data that I want to achieve a nice report which lists the person, some metrics about the person, and then a list of their matters. I might want to have limited it to just active matters, and that can be very, very handy. One thing I didn't show you yet, but it would be very relevant here. So sometimes when I'm wanting to produce a report, okay, let's say I want a report of people with their open matters, with the number of open matters at the top, who's got the most open matters. And I want this tab in my report to show the open matters. So the tab currently lists all matters, open, closed. I want this tab to only show the matters for my report. So what we do is come here and you sort of tell it to find open matters, and over here say filter and find. That tells it to do is tab to only show records of this type open. When a result set, I have data in that tab showing me what matters, which is handy for when I want to run my report, because the report's going to produce data only from the tab, a book that I have. I'll try that here. Oops. Some matters, open, filter, find. That's why I've got a invalid column status flag. Searching of a tab is defined with find criteria. So let me jump in Designer right here and just see why this is not working. I think it's this footer find SQL that is not set up right. I apologize. Right here. Yep. This footer find SQL needs to be able to take into account searching by these extra fields on screen. And it's just not configured right, but that would be possible. Let me show you this a different way. Let's say I only wanted to show where the person was a responsible attorney. So do search mode, responsible attorney. Right, filtered. My tab is only going to show the data in the tab. Do you see that? So I go to run my report. Report only includes that data instead of all of the cases they're assigned to. I just want to see the cases that are responsible attorney in. So find on a tab is very useful for getting data organized or defined in your report, in addition to being able to just view it that way. The word filtering is going to appear here to know that this tab is showing filtered data, not all of the data for the tab. And there's two choices. There's filter and find and filter with criteria. Filter criteria is going to say and find, I mean, I'm actually doing this to only list people with responsible attorney. So I'm going to list all contracts. Some of these may not have any records in them. There's no records here. That just to do filtering. So 47 records in this case. When I do filter and find, that's saying find contacts with a responsible attorney record here. So instead of the 49, now I have 20. All 20 will have at least one record in that tab. So Notebook has some metrics about the staff member up top. We've labeled and made the first tab the assigned matters, but then all the additional information tabs are the same as the entity. Oh, there's additional tab, specialties. So, specialties, here's another example where you would be able to select multiple specialties for each contact. So you made that a tab, and that would fill in multiple values, as many as they'd like. So inherits from the entity notebook, has one additional tab, and maybe eliminate some tabs, and relabeled one of the tabs, and then has some calculated fields. The other base entity notebook is vendor notebook. The vendor notebook has some metrics around the law firms. So I think Baker, one of these law firms, has some data. Let me see if I can find client data. Maybe this one. So I have some financial roll-up data about the vendor. And then this is the corridor integration for eBing. We can activate that vendor in corridor. Also have a yearly summary summarizing the financial data about that vendor from our invoice notebook and the invoices for that vendor. Let me see if I just do a search here. On the invoices notebook has any value, we should be able to find a vendor with some financial data. Okay. I show the invoices associated with that vendor, then my yearly summary should do some recalculations. These are just tabs running SQL statements that are aggregating data from our invoice table. So you can make a tab that just fires a SQL statement that gets us the necessary data that you want, and then you can just display that data in a tab. This tab's also totaling up the columns,
Nick?
Which is a, yeah.
I had a question. You're covering a lot of material. I was wondering, is it possible for us to get a copy of the recording of this?
Yes, I am recording it, and it will be the URL link that lets you go and watch it.
Thank you so much.
Nick, this is Risa. I have a quick question too. So, these notebooks that you're showing us, are these samples, or are some of these come when we install LawManager for HUD in the cloud and development environment?
So I'm showing you our base configuration. Every notebooks, which are like the base applications, and you start from there. You turn, you disable, a good number of them because they're not relevant, and then you adapt others to their particular needs.
Like, for example, on one of those, I think it was Member's Notebook, the players was one of the tabs. Is that level configurable? Like, if they want to call it something different?
Absolutely. Every aspect of the notebook, the field captions, the tab captions,
Yeah.
the notebook captions, everything's configurable through the toolkit.
Okay.
So, yes.
So when we get to that class, okay. All right, great, thank you.
So again, the base contact system is built in the entities notebook, and then we have two specialized versions, vendors and the staff notebook. The vendors, see, yeah, so the vendors notebook has a yearly summary and an invoices, but then in a tab show all the people that are the employees of that vendor. Audit rules for the e-billing and the e-billing rates. I don't think you're going to be involved in e-billing, but a lot of our corporate projects have e-billing, so you'd be disabling all e-billing. So if you just don't, if you create a login that doesn't belong to the e-billing group, you will not see a lot of this stuff. So you don't have to disable it. You just don't allow the user to belong to certain groups. More about that in the admin class. Okay, next is the Matter subsystem. The All Matters notebook is base notebook. Let's take a peek at what a base matter looks like. We have matter number. The number is going to be generated with a year, maybe year dash, sequential number, or year and then sequential number. That's all configurable. Name, they type in. Matter types is your first drop down that you're going to build. Most important downs. Subtypes are dependent upon type. So you can have types and subtypes. One's dependent upon the other. They're all configurable as an administrator. And open closed, date open, date closed, status, these are available, configured. And out of box, all drop-downs have a reasonable set of values to start with. Allow you to start a discussion. So you walk through, one of the most big things you're doing as an implementer is walking through all the drop-downs, trying to see what values they want to have in there. And in many instances, they'd be okay with our base value selections. Some instances, like matter types, they're going to completely change them. And we have like a depart field, a stage field, some of the fields they may not want, practice area, and then description. This is an unlimited notepad. And those are sort of the base fields. This is the area of the system that you customize the most. Okay, so you're typically creating a base matter notebook, which we call the All Matters, and then you're creating specialized matter notebooks for each practice area. The specialized notebooks, take a look at like the litigation notebook, going to inherit from the base notebook and then have some additional fields. So in this, we have a docket number, disposition, and 2 checkbox fields. Notice that the fields are all the same as the base matter notebook. So what you do is you first create a base matter notebook with the core fields that every practice group is going to use, and then you create specialized practice area notebooks with extra fields that they want for that practice area. Now, you may have a client that really only has one practice area, meaning all they need is the All Matters notebook, and you just define the fields that every matter will have, and you'll define all of the tabs for every matter that they have, and that's all the practice is. But clients really want to have specialized notebooks for each practice group because they track within a practice group a diverse set of data about their matters. But probably have a common set of fields first, and then all matters notebook has the common fields and the common tabs, and then practice area notebook has the extra fields and the extra tabs. When we look at the tabs, these are again the base tabs that come with the base system. We have a player tab. You can call that tab whatever you want, people or parties or whatever. This big concept is that you're relating contact or entity records to a matter with a role. Okay. So this role drop-down is an important drop-down to populate. Again, we give you a good set of sample data, but those may not make sense for them. Players make a related player. For example, it was an expert witness. This expert witness is testifying on behalf of Robbie, who might be the player for the defendant. Sometimes a player, a related player association. That's why we have this related player column. It's not used very often, but like expert witnesses or opposing counsel, if HUD is the defendant and you've got 4 plaintiffs suing HUD, you might want to know the counsel for each plaintiff. So you can put in the counsel, the counsel's name, and then what plaintiff they're representing. That's how you use this column. A no field, and then a player record has sort of a start date, end date, because especially for assignments, some might have been responsible for the case, but they were retired from the case at some point. Tab is our tracking system. It keeps a chronology of critical case events on the case. And this is a full rules engine behind it. So the classic example is that if I put in received complaint today and I docket that, the system should automatically generate some dues and reminders, and then the final due date of the answer. When you file a complaint, typically 20 days after, you have 20 days to file a response. So you can, as an administrator, you can configure what's called a primary the receipt of the complaint, and then the reactionary events. They might be tasks with due dates or deadlines. It's all configurable through the admin toolkit, not the developer toolkit, the admin toolkit. The more advanced class gets into. Basically, a calendar for the case. Any of these events by event type applicated to a use Outlook. Did they purchase Bridge Calendar Link?
No, the thing that we purchased as an integration was the InSync with
It's
that is, so InSync includes the calendar as well. Okay, yeah, then we did purchase that, correct.
Yeah, just so be warned, we have 3 different names for the same product. It used to be, originally it was called InSync, then the new version was codenamed Copper, and everybody still calls it Copper. The new name, from a sales perspective or a product perspective, is Bridge Calendar Link. But same thing. It basically replicates these events to use calendars in Outlook. And roll it by the type of event. Not everything can be replicated. Only certain types of events could be rated. It's very configurable. Okay, so the calendar is sophisticated. You have a status for events, so when you complete things, you check them complete. So complete this. That can also fire some rules to maybe do other things. You have reminders that if I don't complete something, if one of these dates passes, something can occur, get emails, or I can get other events to appear on the calendar. Also, when I'm opening a case, based on the case type here, the preset set actions or tasks automatically generated on the case. So upon opening a case, I have a set of things generated. On adding an event, I can have child events get generated. Add a player based upon the role. Also, whenever a certain player is added, events can be generated. Say when a judge is assigned, you might have some tasks assigned to someone to find out the procedures. Double check that the procedures that we're following, or we have the up-to-date procedures that this judge wants us to follow in his court. The calendar tab is very sophisticated, very configurable, again through admin configuration screens. But these are just sees it like this. And these events, and this is true with a lot of tabs, this data, right, is showing me just the calendar entry for this one matter. If I go to the calendar notebook, the data in that, if I search for today, I should be able to see that received complaint event that I just added. So here I can search things across all matters, find out what's going on, this week, what's going on this month. I was assigned to this event, but my calendar, office calendar this month, office calendar this week, office calendar day. So a lot of times a tab, calendar tab, or corresponding notebook will allow you to look at the data that's in that tab independent of the matter. Exactly what this is doing. It's allowing me to see all of the calendar entries for all cases, and report upon them independent of the matter. It will tell me which matter each one's associated to. Let's go to matter notebook. Here, case I was on. Yeah, this one. So is the calendar tab. Tab, just like on the contact system, tab allows me to put in notes for the matter. I can have an unlimited set of notes about the matter. These progress notes. What's the current on this case? So what organizations do is you must, you have some kind of rule that once a week you must put in a status note about where the case stands, and so you have a whole series of notes, one a week or one every other week, of the status of the case. Docs tab is our base documents tab, which is a very rudimentary document management system, and supports a document merge mechanism, so they can create documents use the document merge template. I select the merge template that I want to create. I don't know if I have any set up here. Then I simply say create, and I use a template Word document, and I can merge in any data from this notebook or related notebook fields into a boilerplate doc merge Word document. Actually, I can also use this to just simply hold the path of a file. It must be a network path. Let me see. Now, that's configured properly. It should show like this. Documents tab. That header. I should be able to go like this and select some file somewhere, and it's going to hold a pointer to that file. This field name is just not showing up in the web version. Now, that file has to be on a network drive. It can't have a C:" location because it wouldn't work for other users. So only select files from a network drive here that you have the data launch back into that file. That's in Pro, but of course from a browser you can't launch to C:. You can only launch to a network drive file. If they have any type of document management system at HUD, or they point or anything, or
Point that they didn't buy any additional doc management with this product.
okay, I would management becomes an interesting issue. You have to understand how they're holding files. Basically, out of the box, what LawManager gives them is the ability to hold paths to either file paths from a network share or paths. I think SharePoint can represent data as like a URL location and hold pointers to those as simple records, and they can maybe classify the type of document and put in a description and maybe a date about the document if they wanted to. So it's a very rudimentary document management system. Most clients are using a third-party document management system like iManage, WorkSite, FileSite, FileNet, Document, one of those. We've just started reselling a document management system called mFiles that we're going to be making available very shortly. Pretty slick little document management system, very low cost, and we're going to build a complete integration with it. So this is an example where I'm in the management system and I can see all my cases, and then I can drill down to see data related to cases through here. It's pretty slick, but it's clearly a document management system. The financial summary tab, again, is probably only relevant if they're managing finances. This is more for outside corporate clients. Related matters allows me to relate two matters together. I can have a relationship between any two matters in the system with a relationship type. Invoices is, again, listing the invoices if it's a corporation. Legal issues just allows me to create a set of legal issues and then classify the matter by one or multiple issues. This actually shows off our hierarchical drop-down, where I can actually, instead of having a flat drop-down, I can have a hierarchical drop-down for a drop-down that has some structure behind it. Again, more from the corporate side, they have to build back business units, the cost on the matter. Email tab that could hold emails if they integrated the sync of emails. It really brings in document management into the picture. Internet Explorer, we typically relabel this website, but basically can hold a set of URLs. So if they're doing some research and they find some interesting data on the web about a case, save some URLs here and then be able to launch into those URLs. These are the two document management integrations we have out of the box, Worksite, and it will show you all the content in the document management system related to that matter. Info tab just allows you to have these additional fields that users could create fields and record additional data about the matter. REST is our basic records management system, which allows you to see some data about physical records like a box or a well. You might manage a set of them related to the matter. Probably on the corporate side, what products the matters involved with. The rules from the auditing perspective for e-billing. The menu is going to show me all the time entered for this matter. Little tab, part of the time entry. And just like this tab, with the entity notebook, there's a whole notebook about time entry. So I would put my data in the time entry notebook. But then this tab shows me the same data, but just the time related to this one matter. Attachments, our Bridgeway email link allows me to show LawManager data inside Outlook. I don't know if you've seen this product real briefly. This allows me to show LawManager data inside Outlook, and the drag and drop emails or files into these matter folders, they can show up here in this attachments tab. You can see the actual emails or files saved as blobs in the database. But they have to purchase what we call Bridgeway email link, which is our Outlook integration. This is a different product from the calendar link. The calendar link just replicates calendar entries. Bridgeway email link publishes LawManager data into Outlook and then supports drag and drop of emails and the storage of those emails in LawManager. Now, the notebook can have the summary tab, which is show all of the people that have touched this record up top here, and they last touched it. The audit data that we looked at before, okay, I'll just show you that. This is only the last person who modified it and when last modified it. The audit summary tab shows everyone who has modified it and when last modified it. And then the detail tab shows every edit to that record. These have to be engaged, so you turn on auditing at the notebook level, and it will audit is either, and you can control it at a grid by grid basis. So you turn the main, most people just turn it on in the main section, and they also turn it on for certain tabs or all the tabs. And then every edit of any field in the grids that have auditing turned on will be related into our audit table, and the user can see the audits right here and then search for. So if you want to know who's been editing a certain field, you can actually do a search here and find all matters where a certain field was modified within a given time period. Very, very small. So that is the base matter notebook. It's time for a little break. Let me see if that is correct. Yes, we were going to take a break at 2:30. So let's take a 15-minute break. We'll start up at 2:45. Okay?
Okay.
Good. Talked about the entity notebooks, the matter base matter notebook, and then if we take a look at what one of these primary specific matter notebooks looks like, you'll see it simply just has a few extra header fields, and then may have some extra tabs. For example, the litigation notebook has simply a few extra tabs. It has a damages tab to record damages involved in the litigation.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
We have a negotiations tab to track the demands and offers in negotiating a settlement. A reserves tab to record any reserves that might be recorded for potential settlements. And I believe the forum tab to record the court and docket number that is involved in the litigation. So a typical matter notebook, a practice area specific matter notebook, will just have a few extra main fields and a few extra tabs from base. Again, you first develop a base matter notebook with the fields that everyone's going to use, and it might be your only matter notebook. Okay, it's perfect. We have plenty of clients that just have one matter notebook, but clients have a matter notebook which has the common fields and common tabs, and then they have practice area specific notebooks with the extra fields and tabs that are relevant to that type of matter. You can see on a contracts matter notebook, we have a few contract fields here. I think there's like a provisions tab to measure the various provisions within a contract. But all the main fields and all the base tabs show through these notebooks were built as inherited copies of the matter notebook. Yeah.
Nick, could you show us the attachments tab again? And so this notebook has attachments tab as well. And where are these attachments again?
Yeah. One. Let me see if I can find this under with some attachments. It's really whether okay. Basically, when you acquire our Bridgeway e-bank product, what the user can do is drag and drop an email into Matter folder. The email link, and those emails or documents that I'm dragging and dropping into folder will be deposited in here into this tab. And I have the ability to click download and view the email that was dropped in the emails held as a blob in the database. And it basically allows people to save emails to Matter. Now, what's so important to get a handle on at a in an organization, a general document or content management strategy. Because you don't want to, you want to find that first. They're either like using SharePoint, they're using a real, personal document management system like Documentum or LawManager, or they want to try to hold some of their content LawManager. Okay, and so
so with Outlook and that directory that you showed us, you put your emails into that directory. Is that a server-side directory or a folder within your Outlook? They put each user creates. So this activity matters is a directory that a administrator would have to create for the user on every user account.
Explain. Bridgeway Email Link is a product that we have. Okay. Acts as a IMAP server. What you do is through account settings, you create connection to the Bridgeway email server. Okay, it's installed on this server, and you make IMAP connection to that server. Once you made that connection, and you put in your LawManager credentials here, by the way, these are your LawManager credentials. Mm-hmm. You get a folder tree, it's this right here, with anything like an IMAP connection, like Google Mail. Okay. What the email link allows you to configure, it can take any of your notebooks in LawManager and publish them these dynamic folders. Folder here is a summary email. We were looking at the summary view. HTML email, an email presentation of that record in LawManager. It's a Bridgeway email link that you have basically copies of your matters all here as HTML emails. That exact summary view but in LawManager.
The email link, that an external server would hide approval and users.
They didn't acquire they didn't acquire this product, so they may decide to acquire it, but I think it's part of the picture right now. I just wanted to explain. It's our suite applications that you can deploy.
So then the attachments tab won't be there for HUD folks, right?
Correct.
Okay.
The only thing that we give them right out of the box would be this Documents tab, which would file links to files on a file share, which is the path of the file.
Mm-hmm.
You basically, so we do an upload. Can they do an upload? Is that? Or
they would keep the ability.
Okay. Setting on the server where this file is, where it resides, basically.
Right. Key to understand where all of their documents and content are, and do you have any corporate strategy or agency strategy to manage those? Understood. You then figure out how should that be integrated with LawManager. So in most 90% of the cases of our projects, when we walk in the door, they have some strategy. It's either they're into SharePoint or they're on SharePoint, or they have a document management system like iManage or FileNet or Documentum, or they're going to that. And once it's understood, then the strategy is, well, how do I integrate the system? Because that's where all this content's going to be saved and managed. If you don't have any document management strategy, then this Documents tab might be relevant, or a Bridgeway email link might be relevant. But typically, most organizations have some type of strategy.
Document management does integrate with, in terms of just other than the location on the file, does it give you the capability of doing searches within the document? Does it, integration is limited.
So this is our integration with Worksite. It's one of the more popular document management systems. I think it's owned by Autonomy. And it's a very legal-oriented document management system. It used to be LawManager. I think it's currently called Worksite. It keeps changing the name. But this is a representation of a typical management integration. You create a tab. This tab is, when I click the tab, it fires a VB script which communicates to the document management system the matter number and asks for all the document profiles indexed to that matter. You result set, and you display the result set in a tab. Typically you have fields like this. Okay, author, document, name, description. And then you create a button that allows you to launch into that document. It's typically launching into the DMS. So you go to a DMS page, and then for the DMS page, you open up the document.
So you open up the document management system itself, and you would open up the document management system. Is that a browser-based, or is it a client that's opened up?
Well, typically from LawManager Web, you have to go to the web version of the document management system. And from LawManager Pro, you can go from the Windows version of the document management system. And also, but a full text search field here. This is not the full text of the document, but when I go into search mode, right? I'm in like Jeff is an author. Put contains the word, Acme, and find all matters, the documents related to them, by Jeffrey, and can the full text Acme within the document content.
Okay.
And allow you to find matters that have documents with that type of data. Now, it has to be programmed within this tab. You have one script that populates the tab, given a matter number. You have another script that takes criteria like this, Jeff is author, and Acme is full text, and then queries the DMS set. Manager can resolve that.
Work with other content systems, documents. You mentioned, is it simple to integrate? Is it you have a specific script for each one? Do you integrate well with this application?
In the document management system, and it's not just document management systems, we typically get asked to integrate with a variety of different systems. It could be an AP system, an HR system, and whatever that system has, if it's SQL-based, then it's usually very easy. If it's sort of an API-based, then you just have to, half the battle is just understanding the API to the system. The premise is that you have a matter number, and that matter number is recorded somewhere in the system, and you'll be able to query by that matter number and get a result set. So
API calls as well as SQL calls. Okay.
SQL-based, the best way to do it is that you simply try to create a view inside the LawManager database, which actually shows you the data from another system. right? And then you can just write at one of our tabs. When you click on a tab, like I clicked on this tab right here, just firing a SQL statement that's seeing all of the data related to the matter. In fact, in Pro, what's really pretty sharp is hold the control key down, so I can turn on scroll lock. If I go on a tab, I can actually see the SQL statement that's fired for that tab. Here it is right here. So here, it's searching the event table, right, the table for the calendar. Matter key, that's the key of the header. And you get to craft this SQL statement. So that's our kit allows you to, this in, and you build the query that you need to get the results that you want, the data that you want.
This is also available for connecting to a UCM using SQL. Is that what you're trying to show me?
Tabs, each tab that you create has to have a SQL statement, and when you're designing the tab with our toolkit, your SQL statement for the tab to get its data. And that typically is getting its data from one of our tables, but that could also get its data from a view, which is coming from another system, right? Or tab can get its data from a VB script, which is communicating through an API to another system to get a result set. A result set can be displayed in the grid.
Okay.
We call it data set. So we have data set.
Yeah.
And then the data set's connected to the grid. It's a little deep there, but hopefully that gives you some kind of feel for what you're able to do.
Thank you.
No problem. So let's move on to the other notebooks. After that, we have a complaint intake notebook. Some organizations, this concept of managing complaints, typically from an outside source, and they want a staging area to record these intakes or complaints. So this is an example of a base complaint notebook, which comes as config. It allows a user to fill in the complainant, respondent, and some data. And these could be turned into matters, but it's really a staging area where you hold some raw information. It means I don't know whether HUD has something similar to this. We have plenty of clients that don't use this at all and really just create matters always. So the matter notebook is their main product notebook, or clients want to have a separate area where clients are first recorded, because maybe not every complaint becomes a matter. So it's an example of you can build a form. This screen has no tabs, so it's sort of a data entry form that a user goes and fills in. Now we have the calendar notebook, which we already looked at. The calendar book is primarily being used to display data from another. It's usually entered through the Matter Calendar tab, but it's allowing me to see that data independent of the matter. So search across matters, different calendar entries. We have 3 tabs. We have an assignment tab, which is who is assigned to the event. So the rule engine can have parent events and child events. It actually looked up, let's look at that primary received complaint. This was the parent event that I entered earlier. And we see a set of child events. These were the child events that were created by the rules engine when I entered this parent event. If I look at one of these child events, I should see that it points back at the parent and the parent event. So you have parents and child events. It's just a concept in docketing how events can be related. One interesting thing here is that if I change the primary event date, the other events will move. And if I try to set this to a holiday, that it's going to warn me that I can't be on a holiday, so it's going to move it to the next business day, which is the 9th. And these events, all the events will automatically change their dates. Watch how these events are, if I do this search again, all of a sudden now has different dates. So all the child events automatically got updated with new dates because the parent event date changed. So there's kids, you can have a linkage between events. A calendar notebook. Then we have the document notebook, just like we have a calendar notebook for the calendar tab. This is the document notebook for the documents tab. It's showing us all documents in the system, independent of the matter, so that search across matters for a particular document. Say we have a records notebook. There's that records tab that we saw earlier. Again, is allowing me to see the data independent of the matter. So it's not always common, but it is relatively common that when you build a tab for, let's say, the matter notebook, there's a use to create a corresponding notebook around data for that tab. User the ability to search for that data in the tab independent of the matter. And that's the purpose of having like a calendar notebook or a notebook or a records notebook. Okay? It's the same data. It's giving the user the ability to do more entry searches. Entry, again, responds to the time entry tab. Now this notebook a lot of times is used for data entry, and then, I might want to look at all of the time to me, or that I entered particular period, say greater than 2000. So I think stuff here from 2005, and put in my time here, and the business logic here that when I go to put in time, it automatically knows who I am, knows today's date. It's going to default the matter to the last matter I put time in against. So it gives me the default matter because my time entry was for this matter, and then I can just put in I worked 5 hours on that matter. A lot of our government clients get rid of the cost rate and amount here because they don't really care about that. So you can hide these fields. So the rudimentary time entry system, a lot of clients do use it. Financial module is really meant for corporate legal departments because they manage a lot of invoices from outside counsel. It's available to you if you want to use it, but I don't think agencies don't use it unless they're actually hiring outside law firms to help them with matters. Does that?
I think so, Nick. I think they're. I don't think they're going to get into budget modules.
Right. Seen, just so you know, like the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, they do use outside law firms for some of their litigation. But government agencies do all litigation internal, so they get invoices from firms.
They're pretty internal with their staff.
That's fine. So these two modules or subsystems are all around, financial management from law firms. So you probably won't need those. your legal.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
How would so the way to disable some of these things so they don't pop up is just so don't give users the group that these notebooks need or set up for?
Look at a typical user account.
Mm-hmm.
You're assigning a user to groups.
Mm-hmm.
So the local account, this might be out, and so you're assigning them to groups. So if you just add to the case management fundamentals, then not getting the financials. If they belong to this, then they get all the financial things.
So there's a certain amount of groups that come out of box with baseline install?
This is looking at right here. These are the base groups. You're looking at the exact system you're going to get when you start the project. That's what I'm going with. Everything I think is in the base system.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Legal hold integration, set the litigation holds. We have a product called Bridgeway Legal Hold, and this integrates with that product. I probably don't deal with litigation holds. And get into the administrative notebooks. So these are all the drop downs for the entity manager system. These drop downs for the matter system, drop down complaint system, calendar subsystem, document, merge, records, financial, e-invoicing. And then this is the calendar integrator jobs table. Is a little administrative notebook that you basically when a calendar entry needs to be replicated to Outlook, it gets added to this table and sort of just see if it got replicated. I think there's status here, and the different statuses let you know whether it was replicated successfully to Outlook or not. Really doing anything here, it's more of an auditing and administrative just to see what's going on. This is all the admin notebooks for creating user accounts, creating groups. So you'll be able to create additional security groups so that if you wanted to have, you know, the group, you could create an attorney group that you would assign people to, and by assigning them to that group, they would automatically belong to these other groups, and you get some special, you know, built-in security around the functionality of that group. So you create your own groups in addition to the base ones that come with the system. But the admin class goes over all of these admin notebooks where you configure things. So I think I've covered, let me check the agenda, some time for just questions and answers. Let's see if we covered all the topics that I thought was relevant. Okay, so we talked about logging in. I talked about web desktops, the main menu, the toolbars, the sidebars, and favorites. About the different sections, the binders and the tabs, the grids, you know, the three different views, tabular, detail, and calendar. About browse mode when I'm looking at data, or mode when I'm trying to put in search criteria. And the report with a little bit. We're talking about all the different applications. And we talked about global searches, quick queries, and advanced searching, different techniques. Data is relatively straightforward. You just fill in the data and hit save. So, and then you change data 2. We report wizard, the different sections of the report wizard with all the options. And basically, there's really not much of a objects integration. We just give you the ability to launch into business objects by specifying the URL. So behind here is the URL to the SAP Business Objects info view. Basically launches you into business objects to see the reports might be under there. It didn't sound like they purchased business objects. They're going to try to use the report wizard, which our clients try to use the report wizard, and it has certain capabilities. People are starting to use the Microsoft reporting services. I don't know whether I think you're acquiring the SQL Server for them. I'm not sure. Is Microsoft SQL reporting as an extra fee on top of SQL Server, or is it included?
Integration would require SQL Server or any other database. Do you put the scripts, or do you put your own proprietary repository?
Well, you install LawManager by installing our base database, which is either a SQL Server database or an Oracle database. And if you're using SQL Server or Oracle?
It's Microsoft SQL Server, Nick and Mohammed. So, but I don't know if the reporting services we're going to get for free. We're going to be getting it from the Amazon Cloud services. So.
The reporting services will be part of it?
I wonder about that. We'd have to go look at that, what package it comes installed with it. I assume it's like an enterprise edition of SQL Server. And I don't know if that's an add-on or not.
Yeah, I don't recall either.
A lot of our clients, just to give you piece of information, a lot of our clients that are running SQL Server are now starting to use the SQL Server reporting services instead of business objects, just because it's less expensive. And what you can do is we add a reports notebook ability to accord a URL. Could just be the URL to, and I think it actually may be a URL to a URL that would launch a report, or you would just build the report. You just get the URL for that report listed here, and then the user goes to our reports notebook. They would report, and they can just say run, and it launched that enterprise report. I think Vermont Attorney General and the Washington State Attorney General are pretty successful, in objects.
Okay.
That's really good information. Thank you.
Yeah. So I guess I'm going to open it up to questions. I think I've covered most things.
Bob, this is Bob. I do have one question. We've had some internal discussions among the team, really discussion on Bridgeway email link, and I think I realized we didn't purchase that add-on, but I believe we have that Outlook Exchange integration. Could you review us what that product's going to give from an end user perspective, the Outlook Exchange integration product?
Bridgeway calendar link?
Well, and as we on again on the SOF that we purchased, what was purchased was described as an Outlook integration.
Okay. I'll explain the two products that we have.
Okay.
the one almost all of our clients use, because the other one's brand new.
Right.
It goes by many names. We call it InSync, we call it Copper, we call it the Calendar Link.
Right,
And
that's the one we got.
Yeah. So basically, the idea is that the calendar, which is sometimes actively used, sometimes moderately used. It all depends on the client. Whether they're tracking a level of detail of events on a case. So I'm focused on a case up in the main section, and I have, events going on in that case. They might be court appearances, they could be deadlines, they all different kinds of okay? As an administrator, you can say that some of the events by the event type, and this is all done on the event types notebook, so it's the event types where the administrator is going to define the event types. For example, we've been using this 508 filing, right? You can say that it should go to InSync, okay? And that means when that event is on the calendar, whoever is assigned to the event, should copy that event and make it appear on the user's calendar. So in log, an event is going to appear on calendar with it's to appear as an all-day event across the top, or to appear for the start date, end date, docketed the entry for. And also configure the event to get replicated to the user's tasks in Outlook, or I can have the event be emailed to users just as a basic email message. And the events can either be immediately put when they're added in LawManager, or they can be added, or in case of an email, emailed on that the event is entered. And if I come back to a matter, go to the calendar tab, the general meeting, if it was entered for like knock to 10 o'clock, on a day, it's added assigned to anyone, but the assignment is typically automatic based upon the role of the case. So assignments typically take on, if I go a case with players, so let me just go to another case here that has some players, and this will explain it better. So I have all these different players assigned to the case, right? If I look at the calendar for this case, you see that these events have these people will get our calendar if these event types are set up to be replicated. And the configuration is what data show up in this, in this event. So let me look at a non-repent. So you have the ability to tailor what text the site is, location, and the body when you're hearing that event.
Good, thank you. That helps. Is what wasn't getting earlier, it sounded like, and looks like it is primarily used for a calendar integration, but you can also select to be an email as well. That's the part I wasn't getting for, but it sounds like these are primarily used calendar integration.
Correct. And in the current release, the product talks through Exchange Web Services, EWS, Exchange Server, in under the LawManager account that need to be created. And that account needs to have impersonation rights to all users' calendars so that it create these events on their calendars. In our release, we're all going to give you the option, and it's going to be a option right here to, instead of the calendar entry, we're going to have a meeting request. And would you to not have to grant that your account in-person rights. You create a LawManager account in the server that will log in as, but then it's going to be sending meeting requests. Now, there's substantial user experience difference. The current product, and you'll be able to do it both ways eventually, but the way it currently works, events just automatically get put into people's calendars. They get an email, they don't have to accept the meeting, things show up. Okay, and some people like that. The request scenario option, they're going to get meeting requests which they have to accept. So their inbox could be inundated with meeting requests as the events get created, and they accept each to have them appear in their calendar. When we're developing the other approach is we're getting some pushback by IT departments on granting that impersonation rights. Now, it's really not a problem when the Exchange servers are on premise. One of the problems is when they have outsourced their Exchange servers, the impersonation rights are a little bit tough to get in a sense.
Yeah, okay. I think that's going to be a really tough thing for us to get on HUD Exchange servers as well. So I think I have to go with meeting requests. What we saw happen with this installation as well.
Yes, you're juggling IT and juggling users. So you just have to make sure the users understand the differences. Because one, you're going to be getting a lot of emails. You have to keep accepting throughout the scenario. So just want you to make sure you explain it to the users what it's like.
You know, how to maybe have Outlook rules to push these things in a folder or something like that. But I think it's going to be a big challenge to get access to HUD Exchange server.
I think there's an ability to auto-accept meeting requests that come from a certain user through.
I think there is.
I think there is a way to do that.
Oh, cool. That would be really nice. That might solve the problem. I don't know if you can push that rule out easily to all the users, or they'd have to enter them all.
Okay. All right.
It could be coming from manager user in a sense.
Okay.
Any other questions? No, I appreciate all your time.
You were mentioning BERT somewhere way earlier, and I forgot what the context was of that. Was that creating reports within here, or out to business objects or something?
No, Wayne. When you create a wizard report and save it, okay, the report ends up here, and it is classified as what we call a JSON report. So here's the example code of a report that was saved. And that report, what this GUC data is, are all the choices the user made within the report wizard. Okay. And the layout of the columns and of the notebook. So you can convert one of these reports to a BERT report, and I have some BERT reports in here. BERT report, this little convert button will turn the report into a BERT report, and this is an example of a BERT report. Okay. And I think it's an XML file. And that to a file, and then launch the BERT designer. I think I have it installed. I have it. I can never remember where I stored it. Oh, here it is. So this is the open source BERT designer, which is almost like a Crystal Reports or a...
using it on a project now to design reports.
So, yeah. So if I open up, I can load the BERT report that, so the user can start building a report through the wizard, and there's so many things they can do through the wizard, and then they save that, and then you take what they've created, convert a BERT, load in here, and you will have an equivalent of that wizard report in the developer environment. And then you can move fields around, add a graph, and tailor the report. I think I have like so here's a graphical report that I was working on. Let me total staff by matters. And basically, you save this back into LawManager, and you back into here, and the report is available on a reports menu. It's also available through this, reports mechanism here.
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you. So you do that when your custom click creates the JSON doesn't do enough. Is that idea?
The wizard does give the user a fair amount of flexibility, but really has no graphics. So you might want to add a graph to something, or you might want to just tailor the layout a little better, because you don't get too much layout ability through the wizard. But sometimes I don't want to say that this BERT solution is the end-all for all reporting needs. I think still a need for like a Crystal or a SQL Server services tool. You can probably do a fair amount with BERT. And the two approaches with BERT, just I want you to understand too. You can use BERT with its own connection to the LawManager SQL Server tables, right? Or you can use when we convert a JSON or a wizard report to a BERT report, it's data through our LawManager ODA driver. It means that the data, when the user runs the report through the LawManager ODA driver, is going to be applied by LawManager, and it will abide by all the LawManager security within that notebook. That has advantages and disadvantages. The advantages are that the data, in a sense, the user will be able to see the data they can access through LawManager. And your disadvantage is you're building a report, a lot of times you're selecting data from many different tables. So, or using the SQL capabilities to aggregate data, group data, or some data, or you might be using a stored procedure to prepare the data or whatnot, and you lose flexibility. You're through our ODA driver, your data is secured according to our security model that you've built into the notebooks, but you only access data that is within the notebook, and it's SQL access. It's a very rudimentary access. So,
what is it? Is it the adjacency that suits the BERT report, or is it a connection to the database, the long database?
Well, when I build a BERT report, I can cut BERT report two ways. I can either do the traditional connection to the SQL Server LawManager database tables and build a report, and build any kind of report. I can build a report using the LawManager ODA driver, which basically you're adding records from a notebook, and that's how our default wizard reports their data. Okay, so let me see if I can explain it this way. If I go to LawManager and I do a query, it's up almost open this year, and let's say through the security mechanisms of LawManager, there are 3 matters I'm not seeing here because I'm allowed to see them. Right. When I run a wizard report, when I click the F, it is really running a BERT report, a wizard report, getting the data for the report through our driver, in a sense, through Matter notebook. So it's going to get the 8 records I'm allowed to see. If I wrote this report with going against our Matter table, I would have to program the security logic in that report. Now, the advantage of going through SQL is that I could get at any data in the SQL database. The advantage of going through the LawManager ODA driver is that I can only get the data with the book. Just make sure you understand. There's 2 ways you can use BERT.
Thank you. That's interesting.
And convert one of these to round out the whole picture. When I convert one of these saved reports in here, a convert button to BERT, right? Just pick one of these, I'll convert it. Well, the BERT that it creates, so here's just, let's look at these. Here, report is acting through our ODA driver. Okay. Import one of these to Taylor. It's all set up to work against our ODA driver, which has certain limitations. That's all I'm saying. Whereas if you wanted to build a BERT report from scratch, you not go through our ODA driver. You might just go against the SQL tables. Okay. You have to install this driver.
Yeah.
And then you have the common issue, which you have with Crystal reports or reporting services, to put, if the report does potentially display sensitive data, who has rights to run that report? And if too many people have the rights to run the report, you have to build in security on that report. Questions?
In terms of browser, Nick, I mean, this is I10 is, I mean, it can deal with all the LawManager web features that you showed us because that's, I think, what HUD is using right now.
Yeah, what I'm running. I am currently running 9. I believe this version is tested with 9. Our next one is, we use test 2, so I think this one's tested with 8 and 9. This is called LawManager 6.4. And LawManager 6.5 coming out at the end of the year is going to be tested against 9 and 10 or 10 and 11. I'll look that up.
Okay.
But we try to stay as current as possible. And usually there's usually not two problems going forward. It's really, the LawManager will not work with old versions of IE.
Yeah.
That's really the bigger problem. New ones usually don't cause any problem. They are IE 10.
You just got to that in May, so.
Okay.
As far as 508 compliance, you did point out that, the web version is fully 508 compliant.
Can't hear him.
Yeah. And I don't either. Is it?
Sorry, he's having issues with his phone, so he's...
Okay.
Ran out of batteries. That's why I've got 2 sitting here.
I think he's back in. Hold on a second.
Hey, so I don't know what happened.
Okay. My hopeful question was, the 508 compliance that you were pointing out. So the product is fully compliant for 508.
We've tested it and have sure the whole application is keyboard enabled, and
Okay.
we don't have use color for any notifications.
Okay. So in more advanced classes, are you going to get into, like, you showed us really robust search capabilities, and we just have a concern over performance, even for the online searches, because the database size is going to get pretty big for HUD. So just in terms of, how to best define, limits that are searchable, those kind of performance tuning discussions are going to come up for in developer classes?
We definitely point out, we have clients with millions of matters and multiple millions of contact records. So there's a lot of decisions when building out functionality, so we can definitely address
Anyone has questions for Nick? Okay. Well, great. Thank you so much. And we look forward to the next one then.
Great, everyone. Nice talking to you all.
Bye.
Thank you, Nick.